No problem. Well, you may assist. You may assist in viewing. I don't foresee any problem. If you want to come now to save time while we wait for him, you're more than welcome. I will disclose any discussion to him. It's if we can work on that principle.
Sure, I think so. I would prefer to wait for him and then see.
If you want. I don't have any. Yes, I have none. Okay.
Or one of his colleagues, but I'm sure we'll find somebody.
Yeah, there's some of his colleagues in my book. I mean, they you can ask if they have a number, etc.
No, Mine's got his number.
Oh, okay.
We'll call him.
I'm in my old office, the one that you know, the Regional 5-1. Okay. Thank you. Then we heavy to carry around all the time. Is the gallery, if you can just check that your phone switched off. Even if it is on flight mode, we will ask from the court clock if there's any interference with the recording. It's not just a rule, but it actually affects the recording.
Thank you, Worship. The State Court in case number Regional Court 4 of 46 of 2020, State versus Julius Malema and Gerardus Snyman. Your Worship, the date is the 2nd of March 2022. The parties are the same as yesterday. This is a partly a matter, Your Worship. The State is continuing with its witnesses.
Advocate Odes, the defense also ready to proceed in the matter? Thank you, Advocate Matthews.
Thank you. Your Worship, sorry, yesterday I forgot to just notify you that sitting next to me is a ballistic expert, Mr. de Klerk. I thought maybe why sitting here in the front.
Thank you. That clarifies. Thank you. Just a second so I can get up to date here. Thank you, Advocate Caesar.
Thank you, Worship. The State is then calling next witness, Sydney Henry Stander. It's 890.
Is the witness present?
Yes, Your Worship, the witness sitting outside, Henry Stander. Sydney Henry Stander. A90 and A91.
The witness, your full names, please.
Sydney Henry Stander.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath? Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you. Advocate Caesar.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Stander, on the 1st of August 2018, you were employed as a regional manager at the Eastern Cape by the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority situated in Port Elizabeth. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
In short, you are referred to as Sira.
That is correct, Your Worship.
What is your experience in this?
Your Worship, I have been with the regulator now for approximately 23 years.
What duties do you perform there?
In a nutshell, basically, the primary objective is to regulate the private security industry by effective control or exercising effective control over the occupation of security in the interest of public, national interest, and in the interest of the industry itself.
Mr. Standard, I forgot to ask you this morning, since we are all writing, you can just speak a little bit slower.
Noted, Worship. And to exercise effective control over the occupation of security in the public interest, national interest, as well as the interest of the industry itself.
You've actually compiled an affidavit relating to your duties that you perform, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Your Worship, at this stage, I have had permission from the counsel in respect of accused number 1 and accused number 2 to hand the affidavit up whilst the witness is testifying, just to ensure that the court follows.
It wasn't opposed, but I have no objection. We'll speed up the process. I know there's a general rule against consistent statements, but I think it's much easier than writing this, which I've got no objection. It wasn't being paid marked on.
There's no objection here. There are numbers and things you tend to refer to, which obviously you want to know out of his head. So in any event, the statement was going to be shown to you, so there's no objection.
To court to expedite matters in following, or are you asking it to be submitted as an exhibit?
It will be at the end after the witness testified that it will also be admitted as an exhibit, Your Worship. It's both.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Proceed.
To fulfill our mandate, we do audits on security businesses, also individual security officers, and we also investigate complaints received. For that purpose, we have access to a database from which we would extract relevant data which might be required. In the December of 2018, I was requested by the South African Police to assist in accessing the profiles of 2 security officers, being for a Mr. Lani Larry Mavunda as well as for a Mr. Gerardus Adrian Snyman. In both instances, by accessing the authority database, I was able to confirm the status of their registration with CIRA, as well as their training on record with us. The information included their employment history as it is recorded with us. In the case of Mr. Mavunda, he was registered with the authority as from 1 September 2017. And at that stage, graded level E to level C. E for Echo, C for Charlie. His employment history would suggest being employed with tactical security services from the period December 2017. For Mr. Snyman, I was able to confirm being registered with the authority from 20 October 2004 he was graded E for Echo, all the way up to A for Alpha. He also had specialist training for CIT, or cash in transit, bodyguard or close protection officer, and also response. He was employed or linked to the business of tactical security services, first as a member of the close corporation, that period started 13 October 2008 until 31st of August 2011. Thereafter, as a manager from the period 10 March 2014 till the date of the request for the statement.
If you say he was a member, what do you mean? You say he was a member of the closed corporation.
That would mean, Your Worship, that he was part of the ownership.
The handling a specific firearm, do you have any knowledge about that, especially a rifle?
Your Worship, the authority records do not include that. That's does not include that of firearm competencies.
Just before we proceed, please, it will be the second time in 15 minutes that I have to ask that cell phones and ringers be switched off, please. Kindly comply. It's been repeated yesterday, twice today, please. All right, thank you. You said that authority records does not include the firearm competence.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Interrupted. Yes.
What was the purpose of the complaint that was lodged to you?
Your Worship, in this instance, the authority has what is called an intervention team. They are activated upon receipt of any information or complaints of newsworthy value or which would suggest any serious alleged infringement of our provisions. Due to the involvement of a security service provider in this instance, it necessitated our further investigation to determine any non-compliance relevant to our mandate.
Can you just clarify what you mean by due to the involvement of a security officer in this instance? What do you mean?
It was placed on record that the close protection officer of accused number 1 was instrumental in providing what was alleged a firearm in the possession of an individual not authorized to possess or use it. It was therefore incumbent on us to determine the circumstances leading up to the incident.
Thank you. Who was the bodyguard of Mr. Malema?
It was the information that was offered to me was Mr. Snyman being accused number 2.
What information was this that was provided to you that prompted the investigation?
That a firearm, Your Worship, was offered by Mr. Snyman, accused number 2.
I don't want to object to the electronic, but I put no information in the docket at all pertaining to any reports made to the organisation. In any event, it's going to be hearsay
no
evidence.
person that will be coming to confirm the obtained information, because then it will be regarded as hearsay.
It's hearsay. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate
Thank you.
Caesar.
Yes, sir, you may proceed.
That the information that was provided to us was
Advocate Caesar.
Your Worship.
There was an objection regarding the leading of this evidence, which would be regarded as hearsay, unless the state is going to show in some manner how this information came to the attention of this witness. Otherwise, that portion of his evidence will be disregarded.
Yes, Your Worship. Your Worship, just for the sake of clarity, we have yesterday talked about the specific video also by the previous witness. I'm going to lead the witness about the video.
Worship, the beauty of this matter is that as long as Your Worship can see how it accommodated my learned friend, here are the statements you have, Your Worship. There's no other statement in the docket from this witness. You won't find any of the evidence that is leading in the docket. This is a trial by ambush. It's totally wrong, and I object to continuing in this line. I'm pleased that Your Worship has them. Your Worship will see. All you have here, Your Worship, is requests for information pertaining to 2 personnel. It stops there. All of this is new. We've never prepared on this. It's not in the docket. There's no right to proceed with this, and I object.
Advocate Odes, if you may also then just address the court on, we are all well aware of the fact of the judgments in State versus Brainers, Malafa Diesel, the list is endless, that the statement normally contains the structure, and that viva voce evidence will be added to what is contained. The witness is not limited to what is written in the statement. So I think we can agree on that aspect, as long as the state does not infringe in breaching the hearsay provisions.
No, Your Worship, my objection is not restricted to hearsay. In terms of Section 35 of the Constitution, I'll be more specific, Your Worship.
Yes, no, you have to have the document. I fully agree. But we all know viva voce evidence will be added to the document, to the statement, let me say it in that fashion. No one incident will be fully described or explained in a statement. So we all know, if we can say, flesh to the bones are added in evidence, as long as it remains within procedure.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm with you 100%. The objection, Your Worship, is there's nothing that comes anywhere close to this evidence in these statements. I can understand, Your Worship, if the accused, as in the cases cited by Your Worship, goes into greater detail or adds certain facts. I've got no difficulty. But Your Worship will note, and that's why I'm very pleased that Your Worship has the statements, that all we have in the statements are requests for information that's then provided, that they're employed and involved in the security industry, so they're regulated by CERA. I accept all of that, Your Worship. Now he's going far beyond anything that's recorded in the statement. My objection, Your Worship, is premised on the Constitution, which provides that every accused person is entitled to know the case they have to meet. He's going into things that we've never prepared on or been alerted to. It serves no purpose, Your Worship, to give us a docket that has nothing to do with the evidence that's been there. It's not detail that's being added, Your Worship. If it was, I can understand.
Yes. So
But
are
it's
you
not the case, Your
saying,
Worship.
if I understand you correctly, you are saying that the information received or the request received, that is not contained in any statement that you've been furnished with from any particular person?
Yes, Your Worship. It's totally, and Your Worship has the statements. That's the beauty of it. Fortunately, my learned friend handed it up. There was no objection. And Your Worship will not find the past few questions, not just the detail, Your Worship. You can understand if he asks him, how did it come about that you're receiving, goes into greater detail and says, well, I received a call from Colonel Swartboy and then I met him and it's not detailed, no problem. But this is information that isn't contained at all in the statement, Your Worship.
Nonetheless, you say in no other statement in the docket that
Yes,
will
Your
still
Worship.
be
No
presented.
doubt, Your Worship.
Let me revert back
Thank
to
you.
Advocate Caesar.
This evidence is just basically filling up what is going on in the particular statement as to what prompted him to do the investigation regarding the accused number 2.
Yes,
grade.
Advocate Caesar,
Yes.
that is in order, but the witness is saying he was requested. Now, the requested person is not going to testify, as far as I understand from Advocate Odes. There's no statement obtained from the person who made the request. So that part of the evidence will be deemed to be hearsay evidence.
Your Worship, I am calling those witnesses. I am calling the witness that made the request. The witness, in fact, is the second witness that's going to be testifying after this particular witness.
All right.
My objection isn't hearsay, Your Worship. I need to be specific.
Yes.
If Your Worship looks at these two statements, Your Worship will see, and I'll take Your Worship through it. The deponent explains his capacity in which he's making the statement, and he says in no uncertain terms, Your Worship, that he was received a request, it's in paragraph 3,
Yes.
received a request from the SAPS to provide further details on the profile of the registered security service provider. You'll find that, Your Worship, in both
Yes.
statements.
Yes. it
There's
reads the
nothing,
same.
Your Worship, that he conducted an investigation and watched the video. It's an attempt to get things in through the back. It doesn't apply here, Your Worship. He doesn't say here, I went and looked at this and I conducted. There's not even an investigation. All he says is, I looked at the records and here are the details I provided. You will not find any mention here, Your Worship, of having conducted an investigation, having looked into what the problem was, or even, Your Worship, that he watched the video. It doesn't appear from here at all.
With the video, I'm not concerned at this stage. Advocate Caesar is now saying you will be calling the person who made the request.
Your Worship, then I challenge him to show me the statement of the person who says he made the request and asked these questions, because I don't have
Yes,
any
because now you are placing, or the defense or the state is placing the court in a difficult position. I don't know what is contained in your dockets.
Appreciate that, Your Worship.
And I work on a principle of trust. So if the state has that statements, it should be provided to you before I even listen to any evidence pertaining to any video clip.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Then
If you can just
if
say,
I
A, whatever it is, I'll
refers to the request
Yes, Your
and
Worship.
what the request entailed, then I'm satisfied with the evidence as it is.
as would I be, Your Worship. Thank you.
Confirm, Advocate Matthews?
Your Worship, I think it goes a bit further than that. Sorry, I don't want to complicate the matter, because as I've stood up to object. This witness was about to tell us that Sierra started to do a investigation to determine the circumstances leading up to the incident.
Yes,
Now, if
as per
Sierra
their
have done
name.
an investigation into this matter, then the very least we should have is a statement from Sierra saying what investigation they conducted and what their conclusion was.
I
We
will-
don't have that.
Okay.
And that is where my learned colleague, I think,
Yes,
is right
I-
with the Section 35 argument.
I'm in full agreement with that. If his evidence is we did an investigation, full stop, that's where it ends. But if the details of the investigation is going to be revealed, then at least that would be an important part of which the defense should have in their possession.
Certainly,
Are we on the same page?
we do.
I'm also there, Worship. Yes, thank you.
Advocate Caesar, do you require some time just to provide the defense with these documents or statements, or refer to a specific person? Maybe they are not aware of who the next witness will be, and then you can clarify that without the court's presence. In order?
Worship, in principle, if he had a statement, as he told your worship, that says this, he should say it's A15, 16, 17, 18. I want the court to take note of the fact that he's incapable of doing so, because I am telling your worship, we've been through the docket, it doesn't exist. I think my colleague will confirm that if the request is 15 minutes, I'm going to be reasonable, but I'm sticking to the challenge to him, your worship. Thank you.
That part is noted, and that request is noted by court to Advocate Caesar,
Yes, Worship.
and then hopefully it can be clarified, failing which I'll deal with the evidence as per the
Yes,
affidavit
your worship.
before.
Yes, thank you, worship. I'm indebted to your worship.
Right. Shall I just return automatically at about 5
Please.
past, and without being called, I'll return. Ladies and gents, yesterday we had an incident-free day without commotion when we adjourned. Can we please stick to that as we've done yesterday? Also today, please. Thank you. Soon as I leave, you can make a noise.
consulted with both parties, counsel for accused number 1 and 2, and I got the gist and the basis of the objection. Usually I would not pursue it any further now that I understand what the basis of the objection was.
Thank you. Sorry, I see we are not on record, so you'll have to repeat, Advocate Caesar. Can we please go back on record? There we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I have consulted with counsel for both accused number 1 and accused number 2. And now I understand the gist of the objection, that the remainder of that information was not contained in the witness's statement. Your Worship, I would not take that any further.
Thank you. Satisfied, Advocate
No,
Odious?
that's not an accurate report. What happened, Your Worship, was my learned friend came to me. He asked what was the basis of my objection. I explained it to him. He went to my colleague and it was explained to me. Then went outside and he came back and he said, he concedes that he's incorrect and he apologized. It's totally different. It wasn't resolved amicably here. Went to consult. At the end of the day, as Your Worship said, we work on trust here and we certainly do, Your Worship. Over and above that, we're officers of this court. So it's important that when we say something and we say that I have something to the following effect, it must be borne out by the evidence. One cannot say that without checking. 826 doesn't assist him because when he left, he said, look at 826. That was the first thing. It doesn't assist him. And we showed him it doesn't assist him. Then he came back, he said, I concede I was wrong, I apologize. That's what should have been placed on record in a court that relies on the trust and the bona fides of officers. And I insist on that being placed on record by you.
Anything to add, Advocate Odious?
I'm not saying anything.
Matthew?
Nothing.
Advocate Caesar?
Worship, that is basically the gist of the objection. Like I said, I did say speak to both counsels as well, and I was wrong in that regard, Your Worship, and I could see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The witness, you are reminded that you are still under oath in this matter.
That's correct, Your Worship.
The state will then continue to lead your evidence, which if there's anything else.
As the court please state, Your
Thank
Worship.
you.
So, Mr. Stander, so basically your information was that indeed accused number 2 was registered with the technical security services. Is that correct? Up to the date?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
So I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Advocate Matthews?
No question.
Thank you. Since I'm seeing this, I'll just quickly peruse and see if there's anything the court would like to clarify. I'll only take a second or so. Just a minute. Also from the court side, nothing. Thank you, Mr. Standard. We have finalized your evidence. You are excused and you may stand down.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Advocate Caesar, before we move on, the affidavit.
Yes, Your Worship, if that can be handed in as an exhibit.
I have no questions.
No objection.
Thank you. For now, I will just, since it's a new topic, it will be marked then as Exhibit B by court.
You want to be sure?
Thank you, Advocate Otis. There is indeed two statements. So the statement referring to Mr. Larry Mavunda will be B, Exhibit B, and the statement pertaining to Mr. Snyman marked as Exhibit B2. B1.
B and B1.
Just a minute. Thank you, Advocate Caesar.
The state called in its next witness, Lieutenant Colonel David Johannes Jansen. It's 826. I have also consulted with this witness. This witness does not have any objections if this evidence is on video.
No objection.
Video, yes.
Just a minute. The witness, may you please state your full names and surname for the record, please?
David Johannes Jansen.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, Your Honor.
Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Just to remind you, we are also writing down what you are saying. So after a sentence or so, just give a 2-second pause before you continue. I'm sure Advocate Caesar will guide you in that regard.
Got it, I get my business.
Thank you.
Mr. Jansen, on the 3rd of August 2018, you were Lieutenant Colonel at the South African Police Service, stationed in Durban at the Provincial Firearm and Second-Hand Goods. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lady.
On that date, what was your experience in the South African Police Service at that stage?
I am currently 28 years plus in the South African Police Service, so I think we can just deduct the years from now until 2018. And that would be about 24, 25 years service.
On the 3rd of August 2018, were you on duty on that particular day?
That's correct, Your Worship. I was on duty.
And just specify, what does your duties entail?
I am the provincial DFO, part DFO standing for designated firearm official, part of the bigger umbrella which was read out to say firearm, liquor and second-hand good, also known as flesh in the circles. I've been appointed in this environment since 2002, not at a specific post, but in the firearm environment, dealing with firearm liquor and later second-hand goods as well. On that specific day, I was on duty as the provincial firearm official who are responsible for compliance in general. Can I continue, Your Worship? Yeah, responsible for firearm compliance in general, including all firearm-related administration, referring to licensing and the likes, Your Worship.
If you state that you're dealing with firearms, what does that mean?
Yes, referring to the word dealing, I'm glad you're bringing it up. I am, as Your Worship would pick up in my names, Afrikaans, and at times expressing myself not so well in the Queen's language. So dealing might indicate that I'm selling firearms here on the site,
Yes.
which is not the case, Your Worship. I am responsible for firearm compliance, for one, which is more relevant to the situation we are today, Your Worship, and I will elaborate on that and not unnecessarily include the other functions of a DFO. Firearm compliance, Your Worship, entails to ensure that all people, individuals, businesses, official, as well as non-official institutions are complying with the conditions under which or for which any firearm license are issued to them. For example, the institution that I visited on that specific day is rendering a security service, which are licensed under Section 20 of the Firearm Control Act, which is dealing with licenses for business purposes, specifically as a security service provider.
Which premises did you visit on the 3rd of August 2018, and why did you visit that specific premises?
Your Worship, I visited the premises in Lighthouse Road. I just want to get the exact address. It was the premises of Technical Security Services. It's on Lighthouse Road on the bluff. I am coincidentally also staying in that area, so I just want to get the exact address, which I did note down in my statement. The business address of Technical Security is in Lighthouse Road. I just want to get to the exact 590. Apologies, Your Worship. I just had to get to the exact address. It's number 590 Lighthouse Road on the bluff.
Which city is that?
It is a suburb of the city of Durban, also known as eThekwini, Your Worship.
Why did you go and visit that specific premises?
I went to conduct a compliance inspection, specifically, as I indicated in the first paragraph or third paragraph of my statement, that I was asked by the members from PCDA to accompany them, as they were already tasked or requested to conduct an inspection at the premises. My role and duty would have been specifically to focus on firearm compliance and the control around it. Your Worship, on that specific day, the 3rd, I am also forming part of the provincial task team dealing with taxi violence, which is a problem or a challenge that we are facing or were facing in KZN at the time. So I assigned 2 of my members, one who was working in my office, warrant officer, N.A. Naiker, and the other official, warrant officer Small. To carry on with the inspection of the registers, as I had to attend the provincial task team meeting dealing with taxi violence at the time. Before I left, I met the responsible person. Referring to the responsible person, each institution or business should or do have a responsible person appointed who are responsible for all firearms licensed to that specific institution. At that time, it was Mr. Mdluli. He himself and Mr. Snyman was present on the date.
If you talk about Mr. Snyman, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to accused number 2.
Yes.
So at that time, it was myself, the individual from PCRA, which I know as Nati. I think he got a Nati. And the 2 members from my office, warrant officer Small and Nika, that was at the premises.
Yes, proceed.
I explained myself and the purpose of my visit to the responsible person, including, obviously I already indicated that the appointed responsible person is Mr. Ndluli, and with him was Mr. Snyman. Later during the course of the day, or I think there was a Mr. Boertes also present at the time, who unfortunately has passed away in the meantime as a result of COVID. At that time, I started after introducing and, if I may use the word, set the ground rules, my members started with the perusal of the registers, where we, for example, would check our physical record against their records and the general record keeping of the institution. My worship, as an example, we at CFR, or our national office, has a database of all firearms that are or has been licensed to any institution or individual. Your worship, at the same time, it is expected of the institution to also keep a set of records of all their firearms. In this instance, for example, if the institution has a national footprint, referring to having other offices in other provinces, they would have their main stock register at their main registered office. And from there, your worship, the responsible person would book out firearms to other offices or sites as per their contractual requirements. Your worship, at the same time, the main responsible person will then delegate that responsibility to whoever is appointed or responsible at that specific site. And proper written record should be kept.
Thank you, Worship. Your Worship, before this witness is now going into the number of firearms that was inspected at the premises, I have compiled a bundle of the number of firearms as well as the serial numbers and so on. I have discussed this with the counsel for accused number 1 and accused number 2 for the court's ease of reference. May I just hand it in?
I confirm your interest.
No objection, no objection.
Thank you. Will this be after evidence marked as an exhibit? Then I
Yes.
will do so at the appropriate time.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Worship, I just want to clarify that this inspection took place over 2 days. On the 3rd was the first day, it was a Friday that I was there. Just for clarity's sake, it doesn't really make a huge difference in what I'm testifying about. The content is the same, I just need to clarify that. As I've mentioned in my statement, written statement, at the time, the institution was also busy with upgrades at their safes and improving or upgrading the security with regard to their firearms. As well as the fact that I had to attend another meeting, so we had to proceed on the Monday. By mentioning that, my worship, Your Worship, I do not foresee or hope that it would not cause confusion whether I've seen something on the 3rd or the 6th, because the material, it would be the physical, or let me put it this way, Your Worship. The physical inspection of all firearms was done mainly and exclusively on the 6th. On the 3rd, it was more administrative, the records against our records.
Yes, proceed.
So if I can go now to the physical list that we've attended, I would be on the 6th of August, which was a Monday. I will mention this because it was or reflected in my statement that on the Monday morning, Mr. Mdluli was actually admitted to hospital, and arrangements was made by Mr. Snyman and I think Mr. Bottas at the time to get the keys for the safes from him as a responsible person. He is the sole person to get access or have access to the safe, Your Worship.
Yes, proceed.
At that time, the number of firearms, according to our record, in total, irrespective of caliber, make, or fabricate, it was 221 firearms that was licensed to the institution. The reason why I say at that stage is because this information or this information keep on changing as institutions procure more firearms or firearms get lost or stolen, whatever the case may be. But Your Worship, at that stage, they also didn't have any firearms lost or stolen for the institution. At that time of my inspection, Your Worship, it became obviously clear and I think that is the reason why we are here today, that there was an incident that took place and that the security company was possibly linked to that alleged offense. And I went through all the firearms, and on paragraph 8 of my statement, I specifically list the rifles. They got different caliber of rifles, and I list the rifles that I didn't find on the premises at the time. Since the allegation was made that a rifle was utilized in an incident where it was possibly used. At the time, there was the other firearms or the other rifles out of this 221 that I've mentioned was accounted for in their registers as being booked out, and the others was obviously on the premises. So in paragraph 8 of my statement, I said, out of the 50 rifles, the following rifles was not in the main safe, but booked out as per the main firearm register, attached and scanned copies of the main stock register. On your document, Your Worship, 826, the numbers are not marked, but it's right at the back. There's copies of their register. It's written abbreviated combined daily weapon and ammunition register. Now on paragraph 8, I specifically list the 30 firearms that wasn't there, as I said, specifically because it was rifles, and then this 30 was accounted for in terms of being booked out to different sites or people, and were therefore thus accounted for, but just not being in the safe. As I was about to leave after my inspection on the 6th of August, I didn't make, Your Worship, reference to the registration, but I think it's actually also irrelevant, but Mr. Larry Mavundla came and he actually brought a 223 rifle Novinco with serial number Sierra Papa Alpha SPA 249, and he had with him also his 9mm Glock pistol with serial number Yankee Yankee Sierra YYS 508, and it was explained by his managers that they volunteered these firearms knowing that it was viewed as possibly used in the commission of the offense. So they were asking him to bring the firearms in and present them for inspection and possible ballistic testing.
Which offense was he referring to?
The incident at East London, where there was a video clip circulating where according to the video clip, Mr. Malema was firing a firearm.
The incident that we are here for?
Exactly, Your Worship.
Of July 2018.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yes. He volunteered those firearms to you, the two.
That's correct. While I was there, he came in and they said they are aware, and they asked him to come from Johannesburg with the firearms and present it to SAPS, Your Worship.
This Norinco that you described as SPA 249, is it a firearm, like a semi-automatic 9mm, short, long?
This is a rifle, Your Worship. My apologies for not explaining specifically. Remember when I referred to my paragraph, in my statement, paragraph 8, I said I made a list of all the rifles that wasn't there. So this is a 223 rifle. It's a semi-automatic rifle because fully automatic rifles are prohibited in South Africa, Your Worship. So it is a semi-automatic rifle. The caliber is referred to as a 223. I think the forensic experts will be in a better position to indicate the millimeters assigned to it, because if I'm going to try now, my tongue will be twisted to say, if I say it's a 5.56 or 7.65, I don't want to get myself into that, but it is a 223 rifle, Your Worship. And it is a semi-automatic rifle, meaning it can shoot. It's not a single shot rifle like where you shoot and then you have to cock and shoot and cock. It is semi-automatic, not fully automatic. Fully automatic, if you press once the trigger, it will go like once for making that sound. But if you have a semi, it can go like pa 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 pa. I cannot I cannot display Your Worship.
I'm sure we all understand the gist of what is being said.
Thank you, Your Worship. And on that list, Your Worship, I actually marked number 6. That is a firearm that was actually presented to me on the same day before I left. So I already included it in the list that wasn't present, but it was presented. The firearm on that list is number 6, under A6.
Can you give a description of the rifle? Size, color?
Your Honor, yes. These rifles, you get a lot of them, but yeah, it's a. I don't have the exact length now. Like I said, I'm not a ballistic expert, but it can be almost 1 meter. It also have, I think that specific one does have a folding back. Some of them get the butt or bed, like I say, a kolf in Afrikaans that can fold and make it shorter. That will be like now almost 600 millimeters, so just over half a meter. But in length, it can be, if fully extracted, it can be almost a meter. Please don't hold me to that because I didn't measure it, but that is what on face value. Since we utilize these firearms as well, I don't know, Your Honor, should I describe its physical working? Other than its description, it got, like we are issued with R5 rifles. It's very similar, but it's also very different. So I'm a bit in a difficult position to explain exactly, other than to show you the exact firearm. But it has a barrel. It has a, I almost want to say a grip, hand grip, in between the barrel and the trigger guard. And you don't have your normal extractor that you use. You only cock it once if you need to use it, and it then semi or automatically will extract bullets and shoot or throw it out. Let me use that word. But since I didn't inspect operational firearm, or it wasn't used operationally at the time, the firearm was quite still at the moment, if I may express myself in that sense. It was just a straightforward rifle. And by saying that, not a handgun, obviously, maybe because I experienced over the years that people, because of the understanding of firearms, will refer to a shotgun as a shotgun. So then you got two different things, which the one is actually a aanvalsgeweer and the other is a kort vuurwapen, I assume, if I should translate it. So in identifying firearms, it's not always sometimes that straightforward depending who you explain it to. But yes, this is a rifle. It is long in length. It has a butt. It comes with a magazine, just to give a better picture. That magazine can normally keep about 30 rounds. It doesn't normally have less than 30 rounds, 25 to 30 rounds. Whereas your normal handgun starts from 8 to 16 or 15 rounds of ammunition. So that will also be a distinctive description if you see something with, like the cell phone now in front of me. I almost touched somebody's property, but about 25 to 30 centimeter curved magazine. Your worship.
Yes, after these two firearms were volunteered to you, what happened then?
The firearms with the rest of the other firearms was kept, say, by the institution because at that stage I wasn't part or informed officially about the investigating officers or appointed investigating officers. But the arrangement was that all these firearms would go for ballistic testing to possibly identify if it was utilized in that specific incident. For example, no, let me leave it there, Your Worship. Yes, the firearms was identified and it was going to be put through the test, ballistic testing, to identify or confirm if it was utilized or not, Your Worship.
Yes, what happened then?
After that, I've left, I've compiled my report. Your Worship, going into the report, I've also drafted, unfortunately it's not numbered, but just after my statement, my formal statement, I've attached the inspection report, which we call a Section 109 report, Your Worship. This Section 109 report, Your Worship, just gives an indication of all the firearms that I physically checked and inspected. I don't know, should I read it out to Your Worship? It's quite lengthy, but I can.
The state will have to lead you on that,
Yes.
Colonel. So,
Bishop, I don't really think it's necessary. The firearm that we are focusing on is the ones that was actually set or sent for ballistic testing. Did you take control of the SPA, the Narinko SPA 249, the rifle, if I can put it like that? Did you take control of it?
No, Your Worship, it was arranged with the investigating officer to come and arrange for the collection of these firearms. The reason behind it, at that stage, I wasn't privy to too much information into the investigation, so I was basically doing my inspection based on my expertise, and I believe I was communicating with the investigating officers, and they were going to make arrangements. Talking about investigating officers, I'm talking about the DPCI. Specifically, I spoke to Brigadier Governor and Colonel Swartboy, and they were going to make arrangements. So the firearm was not uplifted at that specific time or moment in time, Your Worship. It was detained and kept by the responsible people or the owners of the company for presentation to the investigating team.
If you say you've inspected the firearm, what do you mean by that?
Yes, Your Worship, when we do an inspection, like I said, I was specifically tasked to do a compliance inspection. And like I earlier indicated, compliance inspection for me is to look at the firearms that we as the SAPS issued to a specific institution are kept safe in terms of the prescripts of the law, meaning if it's not in possession of a specific individual with the necessary authorization in terms of Section 3 of the Act, it should be locked away in a safe, Your Worship. And a further responsibility would be for the institution to be able to account for each and every firearm that is on or not on the premises. And that was my main objective at that time, as I was not appointed as an investigating officer, or I wasn't given the mandate to investigate the matter on hand. And that's why I refer my report to the relevant investigators and did not seize any firearms or any object at the time.
You also stated that accused number 2 was present on the 3rd of August 2018. Is that correct? When you visited the premises?
That's correct, Your Worship, on the 3rd and on the 6th.
He was present on both?
Yes, Your Worship.
Was he present when the rifle and the 9mm firearms were brought to you?
Yes, as I was about to leave, like I said, a white BMW, like I said, it's illegal, but came in, and the guy came out, and he said, this is the guy that was Mr. Malema's personal protector, and he just came now, especially from Joburg, to bring those firearms and present them. So that's when the guy, apologies, Your Worship, that's when the guy came out of the vehicle, and he presented or handed over the firearm for inspection. Now, that inspection that I was doing was according to my records, looking that if that firearm that I'm seeing now, being identified only by the serial number, because in terms of the law, all firearms should be, Your Worship.
Sorry, Your Worship, my apologies. It's my phone indicating it's lunchtime, Your Worship. I've set it for that. I've set it for that because I've set it up for that, Your Worship, because I have an appointment with one of the witnesses at 1 o'clock. No. It's my alarm, Your Worship. Your Worship, if I may, I just request if we can just finish this witnesses, then evidence now, and then we can continue with cross-examination at 2.
Proceed.
Thank you, sir.
Are you done, sir, or should I continue with what my inspection was?
Yes. You were saying that we must accuse number 2.
Verify it against the records on hand. That's all, Your Worship.
Did he speak to you, or did the other gentleman speak to you? Accused number 2.
No, when the guy came in, Mr. Snyman told me, here is our guy from Johannesburg. He came up with a firearm. So he basically introduced and told me who this is and what is there, what is he doing there.
Thank you, Worship. I've got no further questions for this witness at this stage. May we adjourn then for lunch.
The matter will then stand down for the lunch adjournment. Just gather all my luggage here. Then resumption of Section 446 of 20. Advocate Caesar, you.
That concluded my examination of the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before cross-exam, Advocate Odes, not sure if the witness is familiar with court proceedings. I'll just inquire. Oh no, he's a police officer. He's away. Sorry, then cross-examination.
Thank you, Joseph. I want
No.
Colonel, I understand that you are a DFO, but not a ballistics expert. So you're familiar with the administrative side of firearm licenses. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
So I want to put to you, Colonel, that one can purchase replica or look-alike firearms. Do you agree with me?
Just repeat the statement.
You can purchase a replica or look-alike firearm without a license.
I've come aware of that recently, yes. There are such on the market, yes.
And some of those replicas can shoot pellets or even work as an air gun. Do you agree with me? Like a pellet gun. A pellet gun. Some of those replicas can shoot actual pellets. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
And you even get, and I can give you the website. There's a website that one can look up. It's called No License Needed, where you can buy a firearm that even shoots blank rounds without a license. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I'm aware of that, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
And some of those firearms that are available on that website and even in gun stores look like pistols. Do you agree with me?
They are, I agree, Your Honor.
And others even look like rifles. So you can get one, it's even got an extendable butt, but it shoots at blank. It doesn't need a license. Do you agree with me?
I agree with you. There are such on the market.
And they work on what you explained to the court. I know it's difficult because you're speaking a second on a semi-automatic basis, that it loads the rounds, but it doesn't work automatic where all the rounds just go off with one pull of the trigger. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Your Honor, just to explain my understanding of this, I'm aware of what is put to me that there are such on the market. Specifically, it's kind of a pellet that's being using a form of a gas, like a BB gun, if I should use that. And then also some now that comes with a primer. The same are currently under investigation, as although it is on the market, the actual cartridges or bullets that's been utilized in those that recoil are under investigation for the fact that it is or might be illegal and falls under the definition of ammunition which you cannot possess without a valid license, authorization, or permit. But, Your Honor, yes, I am aware that such are available on the market or in the market.
So the point that I want to make, and I think you've answered my question, is those, let's call them firearms, are available currently, even if they're under investigation, on the market. Do you agree with me?
I do, Your Honor.
And they are very authentic. They look exactly like a rifle or a pistol, whatever they're designed to look like. Do you agree with me? You wouldn't tell the difference if you looked at them in a store.
Obviously, myself, I would say I would be able to tell the difference because you based on the fact that if it's working with a gas cylinder, and then specifically the pistols is a bit difficult, I must admit. But the rifles, there's a bit of a possibility of a defining attributes, if I may use that word, Your Honor.
And I'm told that even when one fires those pistols and rifles, one gets what is known as a flash, a muzzle flash. Do you agree with that?
I haven't witnessed that myself, Your Honor, unfortunately not. So I cannot dispute or agree
But the principle at the moment, and the basis on which they are available, is that because no projectile comes out of the barrel, no license is required. That's the way that they're marketed at the moment. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That's correct. I came across websites. I haven't had any personal interaction or dealings with it or had to work on such matters. But I'm aware of the fact that there are such on the market, Your Honor.
We should now approach the accused. I apologize for telling you. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. You have testified about your inspection of tactical security service providers on the 3rd and the 6th of August, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And would I be correct in saying that you found everything to be in order?
In my main report, yes, sir. Everything was, the premises was found to be in order.
And all the registers, etc., were in order?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay. Now, I don't know if this was communicated to you at the time. It's been some time since you were there in 2018. But I'm told that the company, obviously this incident that we are here in court for happened some few days before that. You understand?
Yes, I understand, Your Worship.
And my instructions are that the company had decided to pull in all their firearms that were out in the various sites that they were guarding. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Your Worship. I was made aware by the company, but at the same time, I'm not sure, but I think the investigating officers was in communication with the company themselves as well in terms of the arrangement surrounding that.
Yeah. Eventually an agreement was reached that 10 rifles at a time would be handed over for ballistic testing. In other words, not all of them. To keep the business and the business going, 10 would be handed over, and then when they were returned, another 10. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't part of the agreement, but I'm aware that that is has become kind of a norm in the industry as we work, like I indicated with in the beginning, for example, taxi violence, where you just cannot close down a business taking all their firearms for that purpose. The courts ruled in that matter.
No.
Your Honor.
Sorry. My instructions are that on the day in question, when the last day you were there, which was the 6th of August, you were actually in the process of leaving, having concluded your investigation when Mr. Mavundla arrived. It was just coincidence that he arrived at that time when you were.
That's correct, Your Worship. On my recollection, that's how it happened. As I was about to leave, that vehicle pulled in.
And according to accused number 2, he then said to you, there's one of our persons from Johannesburg is probably bringing his firearms back. Do you want to take it for ballistic? And you said, no, my job is not there to take it for ballistic. I've just come here for the compliance.
Your Worship, I cannot recall the details of that discussion, but I think in my evidence in Maine, I did indicate that I went to do a compliance inspection, and at that stage, I was informed that the agreement was that all firearms will be presented, and in all honesty, it might have been that he said that I'm not disputing that, as I already indicated, Your Worship, that they availed these firearms.
Yeah, we're nothing to hide, the company. In any event, my instructions are, as in paragraph 10 of your statement, is that You were actually told, it was almost said in the joking manner, that this particular firearm that belonged to Mr. Mabunza, or we were permanently doing, was not in East London on the evening when the incident happened. Read paragraph 10.
Yeah, I recorded that as such. I was informed, and they said that they brought the firearms that was booked out in Gauteng, but the explanation by the accused was that it wasn't there at that place. He said it. He said it to me.
Well,
Your Worship.
if the aircraft company or the company that flew the people down to East London, it's necessary to call them, their policy is that you're not allowed to take firearms on the airplane. This firearm was left in Johannesburg. You can't comment on that.
Your Worship, unfortunately not. I am in no position to comment how the firearm got there, if it got there, Your Worship.
Yes. Your current position is national head of.
Currently, I'm the National Compliance Officer. Luckily for official institutions, I don't deal with any security or private institutions at the state, sir. Your Honor.
You had enough of it.
I had enough of that.
So when you tell Mr. Houders about this firearms, you do so from your own knowledge.
Your Worship, since I'm not really a firearm fanatic, but since it is my field of specialty, I do read up a lot. And I am not in a position to call myself an expert. But with big concern, Your Worship, we pick up that this kind of firearms, as described, like I said lately, and I cannot attach a date to that, has gained momentum of being brought in, or popularity in terms of getting into the market.
I go to the China Mall this afternoon and buy one. I don't need a license. Correct?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Worship. Just to add on that, I know we are not here to describe or to go into details, but those things do use different type of, if you call it ammunition. Some of them are just a metal round circular ball, like a, and some look like a actual cartridge or ammunition. Yeah, so they are on the market, but in short, like I said, I don't want to express myself as an expert, but I think the sound effect that it makes is also very distinctive or different from a real firearm. If I may raise that. But yeah, it's still to be tested. I haven't tested it myself, so I don't want to make a statement that it would, in effect, sound differently, but I need to bring it under your attention, Your Worship.
We've got our own ballistic experts, so don't worry. He's tested his everything. So easier to testify about that. This firearm, which is going to be the subject matter of this trial, SPA 249, the registers indicated it was in Gauteng, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship. The firearms was booked out to the Gauteng office. In fact, the list indicated 104 Salisbury or Salisbury Street, Johannesburg.
Yeah. And then just to correct you, because I don't know if you, this firearm does not have a fold-up butt. It has a butt that pulls in and up. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't.
Yes, Your Worship.
Not a parabat gun that folds over. It pushes in and out.
Yes, Your Worship, I did give a description. I'm not too sure now. I don't want to sound as if I'm evading, but I'm not too sure as if I described the specific firearm. But I did indicate that the butt is, and that you get those that
you get some that fold, but this particular one I'm putting to you, SPA 249, the butt doesn't fold, pushes in.
If that is the case, I'm not disputing it. I didn't intend to specifically indicate how that specific one operates, Your Worship.
Okay. Could I just press it, please? I'm sorry to do. don't know if you're going to be able to comment on this. Thank you. But these replicas from a format that work with a cartridge case, with a primer,
Yes, sir.
one can buy at the moment. You can buy that in a shop selling it without a license review.
I was made to understand that. I haven't got personal experience, but I am aware of the fact that that is the word out that is possible, Your Worship.
Possibly you're looking at it and it might become illegal in days to come.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. But at this stage, it's not illegal.
Your Worship, I really can't express my opinion in terms of the legality, because you have to look into the definition of a cartridge in terms of the Act, and if that specific cartridge fulfill the description, having primer, having that powder, and it might be defined as ammunition, and if you don't have a license, permit, or authorization to have that, it would be illegal. Irrespective if you can buy it now over the counter or not, it would just mean that it's maybe not being policed properly at the stage or controlled properly. But if it meets the description or qualifications as ammunition, then it would be. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to express myself, Your Worship, as I haven't had privy to deal with it physically myself. I'm just aware that it is out there, and I've read up on it, and I do have a sense of interest to further examine it, to be aware of what's happening and what's out there. Yes, Your Worship, that's all.
Thank you.
Station Advocate Caesar. May we just address the issue of the exhibit, the statement drafted by Lieutenant Colonel Jansen? Is that the state asking to submit it and mark as exhibit?
Bishop?
The statement of the witness, are you applying that it be submitted as part of the exhibit file?
That's correct, yes, Your Worship.
Any objections?
I have no objection.
Thank you. Then the statement marked A26 is accepted as Exhibit C in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Jansen. We have finalized your evidence. You are excused and you may stand up.
Your Worship.
Thank you. Advocate Caesar.
The state called in Mr. Philip Becker, A74, A75.
The witness, may you please state your full names for the and surnames for the record?
Philip Rudolph Becker.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you. Advocate Caesar?
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Becker, you are a warrant officer in the South African Police Service, and you are stationed at the Provincial Crime Officers in Port Elizabeth. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Can you just state your experience for the record?
Your Worship, I currently have 30 years and 9 months service in the South African Police, of which the past 22 years and 8 months I've been working as a crime scene investigator.
The last how many years?
22 and 8 months.
What does your duties entail?
I'm a criminalist expert, and I primarily work as a crime scene investigator as well as a laboratory technician.
What do you do as that? Can you explain what do you do?
Your Worship, I process crime scenes for forensic evidence, which includes fingerprints, DNA, ballistic evidence, as well as other impression evidence such as shoe prints.
You said such as DNA, ballistic evidence, and I couldn't hear the third part that you stated.
Ballistic DNA,
Yes?
as well as other evidence such as impression evidence.
Impression evidence.
Impression evidence.
Thank you. Are you able to hear Advocate Caesar clearly?
Your Worship, I don't know whether we want to request the witness to remove his mask, and we can hear him clearly if the witness doesn't mind.
No, but no.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, yes?
Yes, you may proceed, sir.
I then report my findings to the investigating officer. And after which I present expert testimony in the South African courts.
On the 3rd of August 2018, were you on duty?
That is correct.
What did your duty entail this specific date, 3rd of August 2018?
Your Worship, I received a request from the investigating officer in a case. It was a Colonel Swartboy from the Mdansani detectives to process a single exhibit regarding a case he was investigating. At approximately 8:45 in the morning, I booked out the exhibit from the Mdansani exhibit store with the reference SAPS 13.
Mr. Becker, I just forgot to ask you just to speak a little bit slower. We are recording your evidence. Your Worship, if for ease of reference, Mr. Becker also have compiled a 212 affidavit in respect of this matter. I have discussed that with counsel for accused number 1 and accused number 2. For the court's ease of reference, may we just hand it in at this stage.
Mr. Barra, there's no objection. There's a lot of numbers here.
Where you said you booked it out of SAP 13. Okay, you may continue to read the SAP 13 number.
Thank you, Your Worship. For ease of reference, my section 212 affidavit, that will be then paragraph 4. The SAP S13 reference number is 699/2018. The exhibit that I booked out was a single cartridge case, sealed in an evidence bag with seal number PA600 179 6106. Your Worship, later on the same day, I processed the exhibit in the crime scene laboratory at my office. And I have compiled a photo album documenting the different steps that I've taken with the exhibit. I certify that the photos contained in the photo album is correct, and according to my knowledge, unaltered. If I can then direct the court's attention to photo number 1 of the album. Your Worship, photo number 1 and 2, as well as 3, then shows the exhibit bag, as I testified previously.
Can you, before you proceed, the exhibit bag number, can you please
Your
read
Worship,
that?
as I've testified previously, and as is visible on photo number 2, it is PA600 179 6106.
Julius, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Photo number 4 and 5, then shows the exhibit, the single cartridge case. And 6 and 7 shows a fingerprint that I've recovered on the cartridge case. The fingerprint I searched against the SAPS database, as well as against sets of fingerprints that were given to me by the investigating officer, none of which match. Photo number 8 to 17 then shows the touch DNA collection from the cartridge case. Which, according to my understanding, was not linked to any person. Your Worship, after I've completed my processes, I resealed the cartridge case into an evidence bag, as is visible on photos 19 and 20. With seal number PA 600 232 1818.
Photo
1818.
PI 600 232 1818.
Thank you. You may submit later, you may proceed then while they look for it.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, on the same day after I've completed my investigations, I then delivered the sealed evidence bag to the Forensic Science Laboratory in North End, Port Elizabeth. If I can then direct the court's attention to photo number 126, up until 131 of the photo album. Uh, 242Z. Your Worship, these selection of photos, as I described to the court just now, then depicts the process that I followed with each and one of those firearms, whereby only this specific firearm is relevant to the case.
Can you read the case number of that particular firearm? Under what case number did you receive these exhibits? Case number.
Your Worship, I received it on the Mdansani case 6/08/2018. And this specific firearm was also marked with the following reference. Brighton Beach, SAP 13/890/2018.
Now the spent cartridge one that you have received, after you've conducted your examinations, what did you do with it? After you've resealed it, what happens to the spent cartridge?
My apologies, can the question just be repeated?
The cartridge case,
Yes.
after you've resealed it, what did you do with it? Did you hand it over to any particular person, or what did you do?
Your Worship, as I've testified earlier on, I've delivered it by hand to the Forensic Science Laboratory in North End, Port Elizabeth.
The firearm that you're referring to as SPA 249/14. What type of firearm is that?
Your Worship, I'm not a ballistic expert. I will rather leave that identification to a ballistic expert.
And lastly, the firearm, what did you do with it once you've conducted your examinations with that specific firearm?
Your Worship, all the examinations were conducted in room 608 at the Forensic Science Laboratory under the supervision of the ballistic expert, Lieutenant Colonel Makwat. So I received it sealed from him, and then I left it sealed with him again.
Was there any additional examinations performed either with regard to the firearm or the spent cartridge?
From my side, no further examinations were done.
Any simulations to determine with regard to the distance and what?
Yes, Your Worship. I received a request from Colonel Makwat on the 22nd of January 2020. To make a video recording of a shooting demonstrator. To test the muzzle flash of the firearm. Your Worship, I started the recording at 10:36 in the morning at a distance of 2.3 meters from the firearm. At the indoor shooting range at the Forensic Science Laboratory. The recording had a digital file number P2U 00371 and was approximately 2 minutes and 56 seconds long. After I've completed the video, I was requested to make screenshots or stills from the video at each one of the shots fired. I then compiled a photo album with these images, which I've marked shot 1 to shot 5, and I've handed it over to the investigating officer, Colonel Swartboy. Your Worship, the investigating officer further requested me to make certain measurements and plot certain points at an area in Ndansani. And we visited the Sisa Dukase Stadium in Inyutu, Ndansani on the 19th of November 2018. Your Worship, the points and the measurements were taken with handheld Garmin high sensitivity antenna GPS device. After which I downloaded the data into the Garmin street maps, as well as the Google Earth satellite program. These data and images are then depicted in front of the photo album, marked as GPS map 1, 2, as well as satellite image 1 and 2.
Your Worship, before the witness continue to testify, I just want to know whether Your Worship have to place Your Worship in possession of
GPS map 1, GPS map 2, the satellite image 1, satellite image 2, but the previous 5 photos the witness testified he handed to Colonel Swartboy. I am not in possession of those 5 photos.
You referring, Your Worship, to the photo 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's what it's referring to.
In the main album.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will put Your Worship
Is
in
that
possession.
so?
Yes, I will put Your Worship.
Okay.
Yes, proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can direct the court's attention to satellite image 1. I have marked out there in yellow, in more or less the center, 2 points, A and B. Whereby A is the area that was pointed out to me where approximately the podium was located during the incident. And B, the area where the cartridge case was recovered. The distance between these 2 points is approximately 23 meters. I would just like to caution the court that these are not accurate measurements, as the precise location of the podium as well as the precise location of where the cartridge case was recovered was not known when it was pointed out to me. It is approximate areas. Your Worship, Colonel Swartboy then further requested me to take measurements to the nearest houses located from that area. And as is visible on satellite image 1, in the lower section, there is a black point next to the name Nasionale Street. I have marked it as reference point 7. And the distance measured between point A and that point is approximately 113 meters. I've recorded a second point. It is visible on satellite image 1 towards the middle, to the right-hand side of the stadium, with a black dot marked as Zuelishle JP School. I've marked this point reference 6, and the distance between point A and point 6 is approximately 142 meters. Worship, that then concluded my functions regarding the case.
Were you ever requested to take the firearm itself, the actual firearm, and go and do a simulation at the stadium or anywhere else?
No, Your Worship.
The 23 meters you stated between point A and point B, the distance there, 23 meters. If you shoot the firearm like that, how far does that travel? Do you know if you use a rifle, how far does a bullet can it travel?
Your Worship, that's again a question I would rather leave to a ballistic expert that's got more knowledge about the ammunition and the firearm.
Thank you very much. Your Worship, thank you very much, and I've got no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Advocate Otis. Cross-examination.
Bishop. Warrant Officer, I'm going to first focus on the cartridge case, and then I'll move over to the points that you've referred to, so that you understand each other. I understand from your statement, I'll give you time to find the page, reading from paragraph 4 through to paragraph 6, what you did was on the 3rd of August 2018, you received the spent cartridge in an evidence bag that was sealed and marked PA 6001796106106. Do you confirm that?
Yes, sure.
You examined that spent cartridge, your results were negative, you took photographs, and then you put it into a Ziploc bag, and then you used the term resealed in evidence bag PA 60023211818. Is that correct?
Yes, sure.
Right. So now a few questions are asked from there. What did you do with the original bag PA 6001796106106?
Your Worship, that bag is normally stored in our dockets. I've got it in my docket here with me.
So you don't, as is often the practice, seal that bag into the new bag to keep a chain of custody?
In some cases we do. In this case, there was a possibility for further examination inside the evidence bag. While an exhibit like that is stored in an evidence bag like that, there might be other trace evidence present there. But as it happens, there was no need for further investigation.
Now, you've given a list of the persons whose DNA you utilized and whose fingerprints you utilized. Is that correct?
The fingerprints, yes.
They were all negative.
They did not belong to the print that I recovered from the cartridge case. Yes.
You never ascertained to whom that fingerprint belongs.
As to date, it's unknown.
Now, what was the purpose of that Ziploc bag inside the forensic bag?
Your Worship, that is again to preserve possible evidence. When we start processing an exhibit like that, we've got no knowledge of the case or the investigation, and as to what later investigations might be needed. So the proper procedure after the DNA was lifted is to store it in a Ziploc bag and then into the evidence bag.
Yeah, I just need to clarify one thing. It might sound very basic to you, but it's important. When you speak in 6.1 of resealing in evidence bag, that's a new bag that you use. You cannot utilize the same forensic evidence bag twice. Do you agree with me?
That is correct, Your Worship. It's got a tamper evidence seal on the bag itself when it's new, and when you remove the backing from that seal and seal the bag itself, it is used once. It cannot be resealed.
In other words, and please, you're more qualified than me, but feel free to correct me. That seal is tamper-proof. You use it once and once only.
That is correct.
And it's not, well, I don't know if it's possible, but one would not reutilize the very same forensic evidence bag on more than one occasion. It would defeat the purpose.
It defeats the purpose, yes. Sure.
The only issue that I have is, I want to put you that the normal practice is to seal the old, now damaged forensic bag into the new bag. You're aware of that practice, is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship. It's a practice, but not a standard operating procedure.
Then going back and to finish off on this spent cartridge, you resealed it and then you handed it in the very same day. So it was in your custody on the 3rd of August 2018 from 8:45 until 13:30, is that correct?
No, Your Worship, 13:30 is the time when I started the processing in the crime scene laboratory. I delivered it just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon to the forensic science laboratory.
So you had it from 9:15 that morning of the 3rd of August 2018 until approximately 1600 hours that day.
That is correct.
Now, if we could then turn, Warrant Officer, to the points that you measured. This is paragraph 14 of your statement. You have a point of reference. Do you have it, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, your reference point A, which you referred to as area and stadium where the stage was allegedly located. Were you shown photographs of the stage or podium?
No, Your Worship. I relied on the investigating officer, Colonel Swartboy, to point out the points to me.
You see, the difficulty that I have with the logic behind it is in order to measure a distance from one item to another, you need to know how big the first item is. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Your Worship. That's why I did take the measurements as an estimate for the court to familiarize the court with the area. But I did caution the court that it is definitely not accurate measurement.
But it's not for you to answer, but I'm going to put it there anyway. It doesn't make sense to me that you weren't shown a photograph of the scene so that you could picture it and be able to make an allowance for the size of the stage. Do you have any comment?
I agree, Your Worship, that would have been the better approach to reconstruct it.
Now, I'd like to show you a photograph so that it would make more sense to you if you bear with me. So I'm handing to the witness what we have as Exhibit A. Warrant Officer, this is, I think by agreement, a photograph of the stage or podium. That's in the center, you see that?
Yes, sure.
It's difficult to estimate the size, and I'm not going to ask you to, unless you're prepared to venture a guess. But you'll agree with me that it's a large stage. It's not a small stage, you'll guess me.
It's definitely large, yes.
Over and above that, Warrant Officer, you'll see on the sides, I beg your pardon, on both sides of the stage, there are other structures. You'll see towers with the number 5 on, large towers, and you'll even see catering tents or white tents. I don't want to give evidence, but you'll see a white tent, at least in that photo, and I'll borrow the other exhibit, which is a further photograph, and you'll see there was another catering tent as well. We're informed that these structures were on the field or on the pitch that it's been referred to at the same time. Were you aware of those structures?
No, Your Worship.
May I inquire, does Your Worship have Exhibit A2? Thank you. I know, I understand. I'm the same. Thank you, Worship.
Open.
Thank you, Worship. Warrant Officer, you'll see what I was referring to. This is a photograph of the scene, taken further back to the first photo that I gave you. And you will see, sir, that there are white tents or white structures on both sides of the stage. Do you agree with me? There's some confusion over more than one comment. You see that, sir?
I see it, yes.
Now, you were never informed of those structures on the side. You agree with me?
No, I was not.
Now it becomes even better. I can see that you go on scientific observations. My learned friends, one of his last questions to you is a very unfair question, but I think he phrased it incorrectly. It asked you the distance a bullet can travel. Now, that's indeterminate, but we're not going to get into that debate. The issue here is you tracked alleged points from a stage, which you see is now considerably big, to where a cartridge, a spent cartridge, was actually found. Is that correct?
That was how it was explained to me, yes, Your Worship.
And that distance between what was pointed out to you as the place of the stage and where the cartridge was found was measured to be 23 meters. You agree with me?
According to my measurements, yes.
Now you agree that measurement can never be accurate if you don't know where on that large stage the person is alleged to have stood. You agree with me?
I agree.
One step either way moves your meter apart. You agree with me?
And forward and back, yes.
Yes. Gets better, sir. If you look at A2, you'll see on the white, A2 is the one that you had, sir. A2 is in the folder. I know it's confusing, sorry. In A2, you'll see, if you look at the picture on the left-hand side, there's a white tent, and the witness who found the spent cartridge made a cross, a little cross, you'll see on it, as to where she said that she had found the spent cartridge. Do you see that?
I see it, yes, Your Honor.
And you'll notice straight away, sir, that it's not on the lawn, it's inside the tent. She made it clear that that spent cartridge was found within the area that was covered by that white tent. So you've measured it to be some measurement close to 23 meters, but I'm even putting that aside because it could never be accurate. Do you agree with me, warrant officer, for a spent cartridge to travel from a stage, through, as you see there, through to where she says she found it, it would have to have gone through several items, one being the white tent, if it was under the white tent, and the other being the cover or the cover over the stage. Do you agree with me?
Your Worship, as a crime scene reconstruction expert, I will have to agree with that assessment. If the cartridge case would have had to travel through several objects to be found inside the tent.
Unlike a bullet, and we have it in this case, and I can give you the reference if you like, one can measure the distance to which a cartridge will be exited, for want of a better term, from the firearm. Ejected, thank you. I was going to say rejected, but so one can measure how far, and I have the measurements, I can tell them to you, how far the used or spent cartridge will be ejected from the firearm. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it ranges here. I can tell you there was a medium of 2.4 meters and 1.2 meters back. So it was 2.4 meters to the right and 1.2 meters back. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
That would show that your measurement, and I've said it's very inaccurate, is not possible, is not possibly sustainable to be attributed to a person standing on the stage. Do you agree with me?
A direct injection, yes. Ejection.
Now, we know that the way that a pistol ejects a spent round isn't direct or always specifically in point, depending on the surface that the spent cartridge falls on. It will either roll, bounce, or move in a different direction. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Your Worship.
But one thing certain, Warrant Officer, it will never travel at 23 meters. Do you agree?
I agree, Your Worship. I will have to add to that.
Please, please.
The question of the direct ejection and the travel distances travel will have to be answered by a ballistic expert for the court. As a crime scene reconstruction expert, I would like to point out to the court that a direct ejection from the firearm to the surface where it was found is not the only way that is possible in this case. It is also possible that the cartridge case could have been picked up and then carried to that area from the firearm, or it could have just been dropped from a completely different area to where it was found.
Warrant Officer, I thank you for your honesty, but having said that, you will concede that anything's possible.
Yes.
It could have been dropped there 6 months before and not noticed. That's possible. Could have been dropped there a week before and not noticed. Nobody can draw any inferences with respect from the measurements that you were asked to do. And I don't attribute any blame to you, please. I respect you for your honesty. I'll make it very, very clear. I don't know you, I've never met you. You are a scientist, you've done scientific measurements, and you were given very limited information to work with. But the point is, anything is possible in these circumstances. Do you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
I should now take an instruction, please. I apologize for that. Warrant Officer, I thank you for your honesty, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Please, cross-examination.
Just one or 2 minutes to clarify, Your Worship. My expert next to me now is just going through. Could I just talk to him for a second? Yeah. I want to show you Exhibit A4. And I want you to look at your photograph 4.
Yes, Your Worship.
Photograph 4.
Photograph 4.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Worship.
It depicts photographs of a cartridge case or 2 different cartridge cases, whatever way we're going to look at it. You see that?
Yes, Your Worship.
Now, your photograph 4, sorry, I don't have a color one. If you just pass me your color, no, not that one, your photograph 4. Is displaying a very unique mark. A very unique mark on the cartridge case. Do you see it? Between 1 and 2.
Yes, Your Worship. A damage to the cartridge.
Yes, damage.
Referring to the damage or the staining?
The damage.
The
Well,
damage, yes, I see it.
It's not actually damage. It will become apparent later that that is caused by a specific type of firearm. But if you compare it to Exhibit A, sorry, A3, A4,
A4. Sorry, 4.
A4. That mark is not visible on that cartridge case as the photo is taken, is it not so?
The section that is visible on the photo, that ejector mark is not visible there.
So you can't categorically say it's the same 2 cartridge cases.
Based on a visual examination, I can't form an opinion on it.
Thank you. But you confirm that your photograph 4 depicts a distinct. Sorry, could I hand back?
Or putting it together in order for me.
Sorry, but that is what I was talking about this morning in China.
Well, I've compiled my own one now,
Yeah.
so I'll just add to it if you promise not to bend it.
This one next to me. Your photograph 4, you say, what did you describe that mark as?
It's a damage.
Damage.
Damage. I see a damage, a scratch mark.
A scratch mark, a very prominent one.
Yes.
My colleague says you said ejection mark.
It might be an ejection mark, but it's better maybe to describe it from my part as a damage, as I recently did, or a scratch mark.
All right. If you can turn to the photo of the firearm SPA 249/14. I think it's photograph 129, yes?
Yes, you would.
Or photograph 128. It's probably a better one. Is that the same photo of the same firearm?
Oh, yes, sure.
So the 128 is the complete firearm and 129 is the close-up of the serial number.
That is correct, Your
This firearm does not have a fold-up butt, is that correct?
Joseph, again, this type of questions might be better answered by a ballistic expert.
Well, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. Look at photo 140. Look at photo 140. There's a shotgun. There's a shotgun. Photograph 140. Does your training as a forensic expert not include being able to identify firearms?
Identify?
Firearms.
Your Worship, due to the fact that there is it's a discipline on its own, it's a science on its own, ballistic, forensic ballistic. There is specialists who specialize in that field. We are only trained in the basics to identify certain items on a firearm, and specifically as it relates to a crime scene.
Just look at photograph 140. I'm an example of one that has got a fold-up butt, and photograph 128 where the butt pushes in and out. And I want to put you that SPA 249/14 does not have a fold-up butt. It has a butt that just pushes in and out. You can extend it and push it back in. You dispute that?
I've got no idea.
It sounds like a stupid question now, but it's going to become very, very relevant in this case, where this butt can fold or not. You understand?
Yes, you will.
I have not further questions.
Re-examination, excuse me?
I've got no re-examination.
Are we also admitting the statements and documents that have been handed as exhibits?
Yes.
All right, let me just.
We will undertake to bring you new files.
No, I'm going to redo that. Don't worry, it's fine. I just want to mark it in a chronological. Therefore, I'll mark the 212 statement by Warrant Officer Becker as Exhibit D. All right. Then the key to the album with regards to GPS map 1 or satellite photo map 1 and 2 B1. I think then photos 1 to 270, exhibit D2, and the final images then of the simulator shooting, 1 to 5, exhibit D3. Confirmed by consent, Advocate Matthews also. Exhibits also accepted, Advocate Caesar. Thank you, the witness. You are excused and you may stand down. These are just duplicates, Advocate Caesar, that I'd like to hand back to you from the photos. Want to endorse this witness just a minute. Advocate Caesar.
Worship, I see it's almost 3:45. Can we adjourn until tomorrow?
You mean Saved by the Bell?
That's correct, Worship.
Hi, please.
What?
About the references. References, you want to know if you're happy to adjourn?
Yes, I was saying Saved by the Bell when you
Yes. I can fake an illness if you want to carry on.
just get this.
Tomorrow, my counsel will be bringing cake.
Will be?
Bringing cake, it's a gift.
Oh, I didn't hear any of that. to time constraints, the matter is postponed until tomorrow, the 3rd of March. You are both on bail. Won't you be present for us to proceed with the matter in Regional Court 1 by 9 a.m.? Thank you.